Alrighty. Oh, looks like I gotta change that up. Will do. Wow, Windows. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hi everybody. Just let me get this set up here really quick because the titles are all different. And then we will start. Second, gotta copy and paste. I should have this as a document so I can just easily copy and paste this. Go. And one last thing, and then I will get started. Oh, should be good. All right. Voila. All right. So we live? We good? Yes. Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome. If you don't know who I am, I'm Ashley, and I stream here maybe twice a month at this rate. But usually what I'm doing is I am sketching something from a sphere. It's really just a fun little, well, not little, but a long sort of episode where we just sit around, sketch together for 4 hours. So I don't have a concept going into this. This is not really something where I'm coming with a prior idea, and usually I don't have a lot of reference or anything like that. I'm just kind of like going at it, and then we add on to it afterwards. So it's sort of as an old friend that I met here, John, said once, concepts from chaos. That's essentially what it is. So we're making a whole bunch of like noodle crazy kind of like you know, crazy looking stuff, and we're just going to see what kind of a cool concept that we can get from these crazy shapes. So it's not directly for games, it's not directly for animation pipeline, it's not for printing, but anything that you do conceptually this way, like just for fun, you could always take that, clean it up later, and put it into one of those pipelines later. So really, the streams that I host like this, they are strictly for having fun, exploring, and just letting yourself enjoy the process of sketching within ZBrush, just like you would if you picked up your sketchbook and you took a pencil, you just started doing whatever, right? It's the same thing. But you can do that in 3D. So you can do that easily with ZBrush. Hi, Blank. How are you? Thank you. Hi, Sir. How are you? Yeah, you've been to many streams. I don't know what you're talking about. Hi, Reaper. Hi, Leonard. Always good. How are you? Best day ever. I don't know about that. I don't know. Maybe I'll ruin your day. I might ruin your day. All right. I have to get set up here because I was just, I was not in Cintiq mode. You know, if you have a Cintiq, you know the struggle where you keep like switching back and forth. If you have like a really fancy setup, you know, you'll have like your whole desktop where you can have like, you know, your just keyboard, mouse, and your monitor straight ahead, and then you'll just turn and start using your Cintiq, and there's going to be a monitor in front of you there too. Not me. I have to keep pushing it back and forth like it's a transformer desk. So, all right. Let's change this brush scale. I don't like it being all the way up at 20 for this. All right, let's just start moving this guy around. Hi, Reth. So yeah, like when I'm doing this kind of stuff, like if you ever have any kind of questions as I'm going, feel free to ask. Literally just gonna push and pull things. See if I can't get anything interesting. Again, just like create random strokes. It is sort of a thing is really good too if you're kind of in an art block and you don't really know what it is that you want to do. You just start creating some neat little shapes and stuff. I'm already getting something here. Yes, something indeed. So whenever you're doing stuff like, you know, any kind of concept work, any kind of like design work, you want to be looking at overall shapes, which is why like the thumbnail in the corner is really useful. I don't use it too much, but just having it there is quite useful, you know, just because you could always check like what are my shapes looking like? What is that silhouette? Is it reading as something, or is it still very blobby? Could it be stronger? Having that silhouette is great there. And also a lot of people ask this as well, as how do you get it so it's like transparent, right? So it's not like in the way. In the preferences, if you go down to your thumbnail and you actually change the background color to black, so how you would do that is with your RGB, just slide it to black, and then you just click on the background and it will turn it to a transparency, because it's sort of like the same way that like an alpha would work, right? Where black is like nothing. Yeah, and then you can change the size of it too, and you could you could change it from silhouette, no silhouette, to like, you know, just change your thumbnail options and stuff there as well. So it's very, very useful. But I usually, as you can see, like I like working quite small when I'm first starting. Lizard creature incoming. Yeah, probably. Though I did see something really cool the other day, and I made a little post about it because I was like, that's kind of neat. Like I didn't know creatures like that existed, like bugs like that existed in Canada, but you know, you learn new things every day. So I was just kind of working at my computer, you know, staring off into the void as one does, right? And on my wall, I just started seeing what I thought was an ant. And I was like, oh, how cute. He's like swerving around. He's looking for his little chemical trail. He's looking for a little pathway to call the boys in, you know? That's cool. He's doing his little swervy swerve. And I just kept looking at him. I looked away. And then I looked back and he was hanging from his bum on a string. And I was like, that's not an ant. What are you doing? You're not doing ant things. What are you doing? That's weird. And so I went and I grabbed it because I'm not afraid in Canada of like venomous spiders too much or anything like that. I grabbed it and I was like, what the heck? It turns out what was being used as antenna were actually its front legs. It was mimicking what an ant is. It was a jumping spider that was just mimicking the form of an ant. So it had the 8 legs, but it was using its front ones to look like antennas. It's kind of crazy. Like it was just pretending to be an ant. So I thought that was really neat. And I thought like too that stuff like that didn't exist in Canada, but you learn. You know, I think that was one of the only species of like that mimics, like ant mimics, that outside of the tropics, that's inside like in Canada. And I was like, ooh. If I was a Pokemon trainer, I would have just been like, I would have been like, that's a legendary. You know what I mean? I wish I had a picture, but I released them outside, so. An option for tusks and horns? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Talking about setups, you've just ordered the wireless space mouse. Oh, Space Mouse. Yeah, I still haven't tried that. I don't know how that would fit into what it is that I'm doing, like the kind of work that I do. But if you do things that are like, I've seen people really enjoy it for like technical, like anything architectural and like environmental. So I actually use this really low poly to help me define things a little bit better, like what kind of shape that I want without getting any detail in there. So it can look very like stretchy and stuff, but I actually like to use this because I'm going to be Dynameshing, right? I think overall we're going to do a little bit more an exaggeration here. This one can be pushed out because the convex nature of things is not, you don't have as much appeal in a lot of convex shapes. You have to be pretty mindful of that. Like it doesn't hold its form as well. So convex, like you can get some very like nice sort of design out of convex shapes, but like or concave, what is it? Yeah, sorry, concave. Concave shapes, so inwards. Like you can get some very nice shapes like that and design, but when it comes to holding form, you want to like have your curves pushing outwards a lot of the time. That's a big tip from just, you know, animation in general, is holding that structure and making sure that you're holding form. So like I come from like an animation background. One thing too was always making sure that your drawings had like that strong structure underneath. So you always wanted to be like working in like more convex, like sort of like your shapes would be pushing out rather than like having that collapsed, unless it was very stylized, like in the sense that you're actively looking for those like, you know, internal curves. But more or less when you're holding like, you know, rib cages and skulls and things, like, you know, your bones are not convex, or concave rather, they're convex. Since you're a creature artist, did you learn a lot doing crochets, animals, reptiles, etc.? So the thing is, I do creature sculpting here. I've had a few contracts that are creature related. I have a very strong passion for creature art, and so yes, I do that kind of stuff. But for my professional work, mostly I'm in the animation industry. So I'm doing a lot of, you know, animated characters, people, a lot of kids stuff, you know. So having that breadth of experience is actually helpful both ways, because you can start to get, I guess, like it plays into the type of style that I have as well, right? But yeah, crochets are very, very good. I love these, especially whenever I need like a refresher for like, so you know, you have your base kind of creature, you know, mammals are split into different types. I mean, you've got like your equines, you know, your felines, right? So the way that a feline's musculature could be set up is quite different. Like everything is there, but it's different from something like a horse, right? Or, you know, and what would be in that same category, like gazelles and things like that, donkeys, they're all within that same category. So if you get like, you know, an idea, you pick like, you know, your main, in this case, we've got like a lioness, I've got a dog as well. So that could be like wolves and other things like that. If you get your like main crochets there, do some studies of your main ones, you can start to interpret that for a wide variety of different creatures, and you start in like, you know, mixing that knowledge, right? Hi animated paint. A non-standard mask setting. No, I have a standard mask setting. So this is just the regular mask pen right here, and you can just whoosh. If you want to change your mask settings though, anytime like you're holding, if you're holding down control, you could always like change that. There's like different things in here as well that that you can change your stuff. Like, you know, you can have mask lasso, mask curve pen, that mask curve in general is very useful, I find. Perfect circles, lots of different stuff you can do with masks. Oh, right, Leonard, I forgot that you're setting up your Cintiq. Oh my gosh, that's exciting. You got to set that up. Have some fun with it. Jumping spiders are really smart. Yeah, they are. You know, if there's a way to optimize ZBrush, you have 64 gigabytes of RAM on your laptop, but it lags after 2 million polys. Not sure if there's a way to make it work better or just have separate subtools. So yes, first of all, yeah, you definitely want to have separate subtools. There's like a couple of things that you can do inside of your performance as well. So like, I don't really use this that much because my computer has been totally fine, but I think maybe it might be useful to check out like the performance in here. And then I think as well, where is it? There's something to limit. There is like something that limits like your RAM usage as well. Yeah, something in here. I don't really know 100%, but it is in there. So, if you're curious about that, I'm sure that it's inside, like, you know, everything inside of ZBrush, it has like some sort of like written, it's written about on, the Maxon, what is that called? Like the user manual, right? It's in there. And I think that it's very user friendly because you can just use keywords and things to find things. Okay. But I don't go about that, so I don't want to lead you astray. But yeah, in the meantime, like if you can't find anything that works for you, I would just say use multiple subtools, break things up as much as you can. And if you are stuttering at like 2 million per subtool, I would actually recommend if you duplicate it off, do a ZRemesher on one and start operating, like just make sure everything is working on subdivision levels, because then when you're rotating your thing, like let's say I have this guy, right? I have this guy and then I say Control D, give it a subdivision level, Control D, give it another subdivision level. You'll notice when I start moving around, do you see that? Do you see with the polys how they snap in like that a little bit? That's because every single time that you're moving around in your canvas, it's assuming the lowest subdivision level just for performance sake. So if you have multiple subdivision levels and you're also working with multiple subtools, that will really help optimize your performance inside of ZBrush as well. But yeah, I think too, like it's not just like a 64. I mean, you have 64 gigs of RAM, and I feel like that's I mean, like that's how much I have, like, and I'm totally fine. So 2 million, it might be something to do with your CPU. You know, I don't know exactly what it is that you're using, or maybe like there's some kind of a RAM bottleneck that you're getting as well, because if you have you know, an older processor and then you've got like newer RAM installed in there, sometimes that can get bottlenecked as well. So it really just depends on it. I wouldn't be able to figure that out for you here. Here, let's give him let's give him some armies. Yes, excellent. Oh. I'm gonna split this off. Yeah, I think it's something else other than just specifically the RAM. It's like, it's not usually just specifically the amount of RAM. I mean, I used to have a computer that was operating off of 8 gigs of RAM, and I was comfortable at up to around 11 million polys per subtool, right? Like, it was still fine. It was still operating. It was a little laggy, but it was still operating. I think it comes down to some other technical things that I can't really like figure that out for you right here. I have AccuCurve on right now just because like it pulls things in a very specific way, right? Like it's very sharp. So if you have AccuCurve on this, which you can get over, I've said this like 1,000 times, sorry for everybody who's been here 100 times over, but in Curve, in your brush menu in Curve, there's a little thing called AccuCurve. Highly recommend using it with either your Move brush or your Snake Hook. I use Snake Hook because it doesn't have a cap on it. But if you like things that are a little bit more slow, you can use your Move brush. The Snake Hook, though, when you have AccuCurve on, you can see it kind of pulls things to a point. If you don't have AccuCurve on, it's round based on your brush's fall off, right? So if you have AccuCurve on, then it's a nice point, which makes moving things more accurate. You can kind of like, you know, like right here, for example, I'm getting that sort of clavicle landmark that I was kind of thinking about. So I'm just kind of creating those little divots. It's important too when you're doing any kind of blocking to be moving around your sculpt like crazy. You don't want to be like standing still. You're standing still, you're gonna get the squareitis. I don't think anybody here wants the squareitis. So I teach Michael Pavlovich's course over on CGMA. And one thing that I noticed from a lot of people just starting out is people get squareitis. So I want to help you cure your squareitis, your cubitis, right? So to do that, you want to keep moving your things. I recommend everybody, you know, like when they first start out, if you're struggling, you find you're only doing things in one axis, to challenge yourself every time you make a stroke. Just try to remember, move, rotate a little bit, stroke, rotate, zoom out, stroke, rotate, you know, to get better perspectives of what you're doing, because you're working in 3D now. You're not working in 2D. You're working in 3D. You want to feel the marble, be the marble, lick the marble. Oh, hey, what's up? How's it going, Rodolfo? If you guys don't know, Rodolfo is also going to be streaming here. He is part of the ZBrush instructors. So actually, somebody was just asking, Animated Paint was just asking some more technical things about ZBrush. Throwing that one at you. That one's yours. It's about, well, if Animated Paint wants to repeat the question. You're what? Square? I was making a joke. So when people first start out in ZBrush, a lot of the time they don't think about things in a three-dimensional way. They're thinking about sculpting one plane versus the next plane, you know, like going from front and then going to side. Rarely are we getting people doing things on the 3/4 or like this and, you know, moving around their sculpt. So a lot of the time we're getting what I like to call cubitis. You've got the squareitis, the cubitis. There's different subsets of that, you know. So it looks like a cube. It doesn't look like it's a three-dimensional real thing. It looks like you are snapping to your front or your side, and you're just doing details that way rather than moving around your object a whole bunch. All right. Beep, beep, beep. Also, if you all want to see like a really fun ZBrush fiber mesh trick to make trees, should go and watch the stream that just happened right before mine with Ian and Rodolfo. I actually, you know what's really cool about that fiber mesh tree trick is I actually used that I think 2 years ago when I was making my sack creature. Made all those trees with that fiber mesh trick. I love that trick so much. I use it for so many different things. Just to quickly get things, because I don't have speed tree or anything like that, right? So actually, yeah, that's fine. Oh my god. Delete. Delete a fingy. Bye bye, fingy. Bye, fingy. He no longer has a fingy. Is Monty okay? Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Almost every... He's got his little pool floaty on. Okay, so, yeah, he's fine. It's just because the city likes to put pesticides in the grass and things like that. No matter how much I wash his feet when he comes in and things in the summertime, he's allergic to it. Like, I can wash it as much as I need to, so I have to always put medication on his feet in the summer, and then so it's not so itchy for him, and just let it calm down a little bit before, like, you know. He's okay though. He's just itchy. He's just very, very itchy, and I can't have him like going to Licktown 9000 while I'm streaming. And it's also not good for him because he's gonna, yeah, you know. Yeah, bro is locked in real good. Z tree? Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, I haven't tried it though. I've not tried it. I'll check it out. Cubitis. It is a thing. Cubitis is a thing. I'm trying to make everybody well known about this horrible disease, you know? It affects younger artists the most. Did I see the post you made in my Discord, View and Plant Factory? I didn't get to check that out yet. But it looks cool. I mean, all free software, good software, in my opinion. Speaking of, ZBrush does have a free trial. Wish, wish. I like how most people understand now, you know, as I'm doing this, because I remember like years ago, one of the biggest questions that I would get is, hey, are you gonna Dynamesh that? When are you gonna Dynamesh that? I feel like a lot of people that come in now are just like, okay, all right, I get it. You're gonna do your nonsense for a while here, aren't you? Yeah, probably. We're just gonna do this for a little bit. We're just gonna be nice and messy for a little bit. See, what's the point in cleaning up? You know, like it's sure, maybe you could speed it up, but I'm like, you know, if you're baking and you got like flour all over the kitchen and you're spraying it everywhere, you're just slowing yourself down and you're gonna keep cleaning it up. Just like get it be all messy with it and clean it up later, whatever. Whip. You gonna Dynamesh that? Are you Dynameshing it? Yeah. Just because you ask and I answer you. I agree. Getting your hands on it is really good. I don't have the space for that anymore. I mean, technically I do. Look at this room, but this is also Monty's domain. I don't want to infringe on him with toxic materials. I'm still looking into like how I could safely set up some sort of like 3D print ventilation system in here while he's in here. Like, could I have like a fully enclosed like clean station and everything? I don't know. We'll see. I've been sitting on this fence for a very long time now. Bing, bing. Hey Niku, you want me to Dynamesh it? It's not happening now. Now we're staying like this the whole stream. It's your fault. Everybody can blame you. Look at the little nubbin.
Hee 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 hee. Hee hee hee. Doesn't exist anymore.
What's up, Bubbles? Hi, Radislav. How are you? Oh yeah, he's not. He doesn't try to knock anything over. He doesn't eat cables or anything like that. He's never. He doesn't do that. I wouldn't put it on the floor. I would put the 3D printer on the floor. What? Does it reverse it? Yeah, you could say that now, but I know you're disappointed, Niku. Young lady, thank you. You distribute images on. Wait, how do you distribute images on the screen? What are the keys? So, Shift S. So you can just like find your thing, go Shift S. Find your rotation, Shift S. Shift S. Shift S. You want to get rid of all of them? Control N. The best way to find out how to handle Monty around a printer would be to join a Discord. Oh, yeah. No, for sure. It's less about how and more about how here. Because I don't have... Anyways. Because I know I would need an enclosure. I know that I would need like a second, like a clean station. And I would like to have a ventilation system as well that hooks up to both the clean station and the print station. So it all ideally would be hooked together under one tent, which now I'm like, okay, well, that's like, is there any like smaller way to do that? But no. I mean, I could use like a PC fan and have like an intake vent hooked up to that. I do love me my DIYs, but then I'd have to find a way to do a shared port with the AC port. It's just a lot. Yeah, I need space. I know, but if you don't know, I'm in Canada, so kind of finding another place is, yeah. Gotta be. How do I want to do this? Probably out in like that. There we go.
It'll be better.
There we go. Okay, what are we doing for the bottom? Dim bottoms. Do we want to give them legs? Human legs? Human legs? Just IMM some more legs? Yeah, tube. Well, exactly, Sarah. That's why I'm like, it would have to share the port with the AC that I already have. I don't know. You probably can't see that. I've got like an AC tube. They kind of jerry-rigged that entire thing. So I'm like, okay, well, I could... It's like, how much can you do in a small, leased area? Because if it were up to me, I would just start drilling holes in the wall and make like a whole shelf function for it. You know what I mean? Like I would just do that and then have like a little ladder going up to it. That would be sick, but I can't do that. Can't do that. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Nice long curvy legs, so like currently no contracts. Currently free. Currently, if anyone needs work, it's a very rare opportunity. Currently, I'm open and available to sculpt.
Beep boop, beep boop.
Yeah, we could probably actually do something like that where they're a little bit more like hooked together. That would be so weird. I don't think I like that. No. Just get a double exhaust spray booth. A spray booth? What are you talking about? A double exhaust spray booth. How long did it take you to get into ZBrush? Well, it took, the first time I opened it was over a decade ago, or about a decade ago, and I didn't have the greatest computer, so opening it and getting into ZBrush for the first time took about 30 seconds. I'm just joking. Okay, so actually getting good at ZBrush and familiar with the tools and things like that, it took me maybe a year on my own time. I was in school and I was doing 2D animation. So when I wasn't doing my homework, or when I was supposed to be doing my homework, instead of doing my homework, which is drawing, I decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do ZBrush. And so I started like procrastinating with ZBrush, and all of those procrastination sessions added up. And then eventually, by the time I graduated, I was pretty good at it, enough so that I could land my first job. But that was a while ago, so it's more competitive now. Your balcony into a wood shop. The neighbor downstairs wasn't thrilled with the sawdust. Yeah, I would get it. I don't think I can. That's not gonna happen here. That's not happening here. Here, you know what? I think, wow, this looks silly. We could, let me think. What can I do? What can I do? I'm gonna hide this right now. This is stressing me out. I don't like that one. Okay, I'm gonna do the, because we're going like more like lizard snake. We kind of need more of like a long body. So I'm going to make the entire stomach area, because we've got like the abs. We can like keep extending that, I think. Ooh, Marin, well, thank you. Okay, now I'm gonna put these guys. I'm gonna say no. Okay, we're good. It's fine. Gotta get silly before it looks right. Only way to do. I gotta figure out where's them hip bones be at, that pelvis. Oh yeah. Calves, leg day, what is that? Praying to a snake god. That's what I think is happening here. Damn, you've got some flippers, dude. Have to get in there. Gonna have to do some foot sculpting. We'll take this right here and we will lower these just a, you know, it's a little bit much. That's a little bit much, I think. change the way that the feet are too. I think we're gonna get some nude praying to the snakes, praying to the Zuck, the lizard overlords. Oh, great Zuck. But sculpting could be a good side hustle. Man, think, I don't know. I think I would, I'll just, I'll just change professions. It's okay. You go for it though. You can fill that market niche. You could do that. That guy. There we go. All right. Let's do what we normally do, which is like throw this guy over to Transpose Master. I'm gonna quickly do a save though, because I haven't saved. Third. Caps lock. Okay. Berserk vibe. We'll see where it goes. Transpose T-pose mesh. There we go. Now all of the subtools are in one subtool, so you can make big changes like this and then separate them later. Find it very, very useful. I'm going to do big silhouette changes here to get more of the vibe. We want more dynamism. That word messes me up, man. Dynamism. You get what I mean. English is my first language and I still can't speak it, so not proud. It's just facts. Boop, boop, boop. Dynameshism. Yeah, there you go. See, that one's easy to say. Dynamite. My French is not very good, Bobbles. A spray booth for airbrushing. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I know what I understand what you mean by a spray booth. Suck out fumes, yeah. Yeah, I would just have to have like a large enough one to encompass all of it, and then it would hook up with the AC. I don't know if that's a project for this area that I'm in or not. Debating. Hey, Mubiro, or is that how I say your name? Mubiru? How are you doing? The lizard spikes. Yeah, we might do some spikes. I mean, why not? Spike action is good action, in my opinion. Hopefully you can kind of see what I mean by like the silhouette in the corner. Like we're pushing right now the posture and the overall read. I'm kind of vibing with this guy, honestly. I think we could get some like really cool things going on, like make him a little bit more like ancient, like an ancient man. Ancient man? I want an ancient man. Of that, because I'm looking at like I'm looking at the shapes of everything. The internal like curves. Everything hooks up together. Here we can like really create that like overlap. Let this kind of be a squish out. Okay, I'm gonna like squish all this area back here down. And then we're probably gonna get some tail action. I want to make these hands larger too. Like, I love big hands on creatures. Because to me, I think that hands are this, like, besides a face being super expressive, the hands are the second most expressive part of the body. And so, like, when it comes to, like, the stuff that I like to do, I like to really exaggerate hands. I find that very, very fun. Anything that's difficult, it's worth trying to get good at because it's difficult. Because usually that means that there's a lot of complexity there. That means that there's something interesting to look at if it's done well. So if it's difficult for you, try. Just keep trying. Austin's World, thank you. Oh, hi, Valley. How are you doing? Like an ancient stingray man. Yes, an ancient man. Ferret vibes. Yeah. I see that. Noodle out of my arms. I feel like I want him to be big though. Like I want this to be like ominous, ancient man. See here, where's dynamic local symmetry? Not dynamic. Just want local sim, so I can do this. I'm still looking for like these curves too on like the side. Like we're going with like actual anatomy here, but that doesn't mean that you need to like throw out design, you know? You should still be looking for these angles that work with like the muscle structure that you're creating. Please notice as well, I am zooming in and out. In and out. We don't want to catch cubitis. Bring this guy in. We're having repeating shapes as well. This looks a little bit like a... It's not going to look suggestive when we're done with it, but it looks a little bit suggestive right now. But we're having like these repeating sort of like shapes here, and that's good, but we want to kind of like, I think, vary it a little bit more. Like one is smaller than the other. Have a taper. We'll probably do... No, bigger, definitely. Voluptuous. Huge spoon. Got them MC Hammer pants on right now until I actually start carving out the anatomy. That is not a belly button, by the way. Let's get rid of that. I don't want that to be confusing. Get that the pelvis. So the pelvis would actually, it should come up more like that, and this should come down. So, and then that can come in more, make the inner legs longer. And then pull that up and back, nice and crunchy. Crunchy is fine because we're gonna Dynamesh, so no worries. We're not worrying about any of that. What we're worried about right now is shape looking good. We want shape look good. Big, big, big. Big. I want it to be like that. Whoops. Probably push that out more. Just really exaggerate the shapes, you know? And then the little leftover ribs, the sad I don't care about anybody ribs that come down and they're not attached to any cartilage can come down here and start confusing all of this stuff down there. You got all your ribs, right? But then there's like two of them that are just kind of like, YOLO! You know, underneath everything else, they don't really care. They're not attached to the big cartilage piece. They just kind of float there. And so then if you've ever seen like a person twisting around who's skinny, you might see like these two little spikes by their abdomens down. You know, they just kind of, you know, they're party people. They're down there just doing whatever they want. They're trying to like break free from the norm. They're not conforming. It's what gives you your flexibility, you know? There's a party ribs. So just remember those party ribs. Visually pleasing. Ah, thank you. I'm glad. You're trying to learn Blender, but in nowhere near that skill. You're just gonna start with simple projects when you get better. Yeah, for sure. Honestly, like getting into 3D in general is always about starting simple, giving yourself wins. I think, you know, you can like roll your eyes at that all you want, be like, I'm better than that. I don't need wins. I just need to like grind. And it's just, I feel like everybody needs to know that they're doing well at something. So if you start small and you actually successfully make something, you will encourage yourself to do more, right? Whereas if you make something too big, you don't know how to do it, you're going to actively discourage yourself from continuing. So pick small things and just work up from there. Lizard for begging for hugs. Back snow printer. How's this for a sculpting business plan? You make custom designs for headstone covers, lots of angels and dragons themes. Yeah, but I'm open for business. Open for business. Let me send off your relative to the void in style. I'll design my own too. Why not? Beyond wondering what cubitis is, if you don't mind me asking, how's the eye? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. I explained the cubitis. I guess that's not okay. So cubitis, eye is great, by the way. My retina is no longer leaking. Yay! Yay! Woo! No more eye injections. I don't have to have another surgery, hopefully, for a very long time. We're managed. I just have to take my medication every day. So yeah, I have my eyesight. We're good. Cubitis, I just meant, like, you know, people who are new to 3D, they're not rotating around their model enough. They're usually snapping to the front, snapping to the side, and doing a whole bunch of things and not moving enough. And so you end up with something like, you know, faces that look like Easter Island or something like that, or like beautiful Squidward, you know? Like, it's just very cubitis, right? You don't want that. Yeah, I know. The eye stuff, that was like a whole year and a bit of, like, I had 12 injections or something like that. Maybe 10 to 12 injections. I stopped counting after a while. Injections into my eye. So my retina was it essentially, so it happened, just like a quick TLDR. I got COVID. And what can happen with COVID is it can make your blood thick, right? Like, it can give you microclots. So that affects very small vessels in your body, all over brain, heart, lungs, liver, everything that has, you know, your bowels, everything that has tiny little vessels. These microclots can come and cause that damage, and it is sustained inflammation that you don't even notice is happening for multiple months after the fact. So, you know, I had a very mild case of COVID, but then that ended up causing my retina to be blocked by sustained inflammation and continuous microclotting that kept happening over and over again. And there was nothing else wrong with me. Lots of tests. They called it the $1 million test. It was like a whole thing. It was very stressful to go through. And I had to get many injections into my eye because the blood was not, it was pooling. It was not filtering out in my eye, and the pressure was going up. And then eventually I ended up having to have another operation where I was awake for the surgery, where they cut open. You can close your ears if this is too much for you. Close your ears. But they cut open my iris, and they kind of, it's a glaucoma surgery to allow your eye to drain better, right? But because I was going through so many of these eye injections to keep my retina from just imploding on itself because the main vein was blocked because of COVID, then because of I was going through all of that, they had to do this other surgery because my eye pressure, if anybody knows anything about eye pressure, my eye was trying to explode. It was up at like the 50s to 60s. Like, it was up there. It's very scary. It's not fun. Headaches all the time. It was very, very bad. I have permanent damage in that eye now as well. But that operation, which was an emergency, I was awake for, and they cut open the whole thing. They let it, now it's draining really well. Pressure is managed. the other eye, just in case. I've got like, you know, drops for that as well, just in case. And everything's good now though, but that was trauma. That was a lot. But yeah, there you go. Update. So, you know, if anything, the takeaway here is COVID's still a thing. Wherever you can in a public space, it would be a good idea to wear a well-fitted respirator, like an N95 mask, just because it's not good to keep getting this virus that affects your blood, right? You don't know, right? Like, yeah, it's an atypical case, but at the same time, like, if this is what it's doing to your blood and your brain and things like that, you know, it's my doctors were always talking about like inexplicable strokes that are happening to young people, inexplicable heart attacks in young people, all these kinds of things. You know, it's a good idea to take precautions. So putting that out there. How's the healthcare where I'm at? Well, because of what is what I was going through, because it was so escalated, it was pretty good. I mean, I was at the hospital for like every month, multiple times a month, getting checkups, making sure that like, you know, the pressure isn't freaking out because of like this clot that happened. But yeah, mask up in crowds. Like if you go to a convention, if you're on the plane, right? Plane trips, especially long haul plane trips, are a very, very easy way to catch COVID and other viruses as well. And it's, you know, despite what people think, like your immune system is not a muscle, it doesn't work that way. Like, sure, you know, you don't want to never expose yourself to like bacterias and things like that, just like, you know, casually, where your immune system's always working every single day, but you don't want to keep getting sick over and over again. That makes you weaker, makes your immune system weaker overall. So it's good. It's just a good thing overall to just look out for your own health, look out for other people too. Reaper, I wouldn't say that it's worse. Right now, there's an active, I don't want to get into like politics or stuff, but I was taken care of very well. There's just a lot of overworked people. That's what it is. You got LASIK, you're never doing that again unless you know you yeah, LASIK's crazy though. Yeah, LASIK is really, really crazy. I hope it's fine for you though. But yeah, I just figured you know, anytime I can to just give that PSA to people, because not everybody knows how damaging that virus can be. A lot of people have like downplayed it as like, oh, it's just like a cold, or it's just like the flu or whatever. First of all, the flu is actually not good to get either. It's not as bad, but it's still like not great. But yeah, not everybody knows. So I try to do that little PSA whenever I can, like, hey, this happened to me. If you don't want something like that, or like, you know, early onset autoimmune disease, or like, you know, early onset diabetes or something like that, because all of this is linked to getting COVID multiple times now. I just kind of like throw that out there. It's ultimately your choice, right? But I think it's worth looking into if you haven't. All right, these are scapulae. Back and forth between specialists trying to figure out why you lost hearing in your right ear out of nowhere last Wednesday. Oh man, yeah. Yeah, that's crazy scary. I'm sorry, Gambit. I actually, so when I was sick with COVID, I had lost hearing, and it came back after a while. So that's another thing too. Not saying that it is that. I'm just saying I know how like scary it is to lose one of your senses. Like it's not great. Like I'm used to the eye kind of like the chunk that's gone from my vision now. But when it was first happening and I initially lost that chunk, I was pretty like, it's like this is it. What do I do? What do I do? I'm gonna, this is the end, you know, like it's never coming back. But it's fine. You adapt, you get used to it. So I hope that they figure out what's up with your hearing. Sorry that you're going through that. It is very scary.
Wah.
I think we're good. Yeah, I think this is pretty good to like move on from. So I'm gonna just do a T-pose to sub T. Yes, there we go. All right, and then I'm gonna quickly save this guy. Where are we at? Yes, sir. You have any tips to sculpt bone details? Bone details, like, are you talking about like the surface detailing of bones and things like that? Because you can get a lot of fun stuff with surface noise here. There's like a bunch of different plugins as well. But overall, like if you're talking about like any of like those, I guess this is not a good example to show you, but any surface noise that you're doing on top of like, you know, bones and things, it's like it's mostly like divots and stuff like that, which you could also just, you know, manually sculpt it with like Damien standard, putting little divots in there. But you can also play around as well with like surface noise. So by default it's looking something like this, which is very low, so we'll increase the scale a little bit, right? But you can play around too with just like, you know, you're already starting to get like that bone detailing, right? So you depending on like how like exposed to the elements the bone is, what type of bone, you know, you could get different kinds of things here, and then strengthen, and then play around too with like noise plugs, all that kind of stuff. Like it's all there. You say, okay, now it's on your thing. You want to actually accept it, and so that it's actually usable geometry. Then you would just say apply to mesh. It's a little bit low res right now, so you'd have to update that, apply to mesh, and then you have it here as bone detail, if that's what you meant. A bone crown, that's yeah, lots of you can play around with surface noise. And I would say too, before you do before you do any type of like noise or anything, you go back. What I recommend doing is coming over here into morph target, store your morph target first, and then over in your surface, you can then start playing around with your you know, whatever it is that you want to do with your bone noise, whatever that ends up being, right? Say it's something, I don't know, something like this, right? Let's push it down a little bit more so it actually picks up when we say, like, you know, apply to mesh. Oh, we have to have a higher resolution. We'll do that. We just say apply to mesh. And now that you have a morph target, where is it? Morph target. Yeah. So you have the morph target. If you go V M, grab your morph target right here. You can start to, oh, we went backwards. Hold on, let me try that again. I messed up, my bad. Okay, store your morph target. Wait, nope. This is what I mean. Every time I try to do a demo live, I was saying this earlier, every time I do a demo live, I just completely mess up. Okay, store morph target. Surface, noise, let's get that noise in there. Just get some noise in there, whatever, just so that you can see what I'm trying to do over here. Okay, just say that's what you want. Apply to mesh, right? And now that you have like this, you can actually like get rid of it with the morph target brush, which is right here. You can start painting out areas as well, so you don't have to have all of it, and you can make certain areas stronger by holding Alt. Whoosh. But you have to be very like gentle about it, right? So you can't go too crazy. Just a light touch. You can kind of push things out and then push things back, you know, so you can control that a little bit easier. Yeah. Sorry. Every single time I try to do something as a demo, I screwed up somehow. Let's grab. Where are you? There it is. So ZSpheres, by the way, you do not know. You can make some quick kind of little tail things. Anything that you need to control curves with, you can do it like this pretty easily. Let me take this entire thing right here. Sometimes I find it a little bit frustrating to control the ZSpheres, but you could also do stuff like that and move them around. You have to make sure that you click on it. You can start moving them around a little bit. I think right here, I'll curl this one again. Woo, this is what I mean by it can be a little frustrating, but it's also kind of fun. Little chameleon tail. All right, and then making that an actual piece of geometry, come down into adaptive, and I'm going to turn the density down. I'm not going to have Dynamesh on, and I'm just going to say make adaptive skin. I'm going to bring that back in here, and then this guy, I will just throw it at the bottom. There we go. Is there a way to get IMMs to draw on the surface, like draw individual scales with IMM or something like that? Yeah. So if you want to, like, you mean kind of drag them out, or like what exactly? How exactly? Anyway, yeah, I mean, just IMMs in general. So if you like, I'll do an example with, I guess, we'll just use some machine parts. Yeah. Here, where's like, no, wait, there's already scales. There's already scales in here, isn't there? There's, no, I didn't bring them in. Whatever. You just like, you're just drawing out things, right? And you're wondering why isn't it going in further? If you want to like have things draw out like further in, you could always go over to your brush and then go to depth, and you can change this depth so it's like deeper inside. So whenever you draw it out, it feels like it's more embedded, right? So then that can be easier. And if you hold space when you do drag, you can move it around without releasing your pen from it, from the from the Cintiq, right? So if I were to grab that, throw it down there, then it's down, or you could just put it down, hold your space, and then you can start moving it around and, you know, getting it into place. And then if you press W on it as well, the gizmo is always, it's always locked to wherever it's being dragged out from. So you'll always have like an easy kind of way to rotate it and move it around as long as you don't move your gizmo afterwards. Yeah, the depth thing is very useful in general to do. And then you can also change that into, like, if you wanted to change one of these into like a stroke, like a curve, you could turn it into a curve mode here. Whoops. Curve, it's not curve mode. And then it drags out multiples of them. So if you had like a bunch of scales that you wanted to do, you could do that and then start editing them. I don't really like do it that way. I'd rather do them one by one personally. And then you can kind of edit them as you need to. Like for the dragon thing that I did, the meteor dragon, I was doing those one by one. I was dragging them out and just dragging them out wherever I was, leaving them messy. So so like if I were to grab this, I just want to make sure curve mode is off. You know, like I was kind of like dragging them out where I needed them to go. Right? And then afterwards I was just, because you can actually come down here after you deselect everything, you can come down here into polygroups. You could say, right, if they don't all kind of group together, you can say auto groups, and it will just like group every single individual piece as itself, and then you can start moving them around by grabbing your gizmo and then control clicking on something, right? And then you can start to individually move these around so that you have a lot more range and freedom to move individual parts. And then I think too, if you want to keep something at the same size, so whatever your cursor is, if you want your scales to be the same size, it could be like, you know, you put in your cursor size of 81, right? You drag it out and then hold control. It will always snap to your cursor size. So you will always get the exact same IMM size. So if you drag out, right, something, you can always hold space to move it around wherever you want. If you hold control and the space, it will snap to the cursor size and you will still be able to position it as well. Hi, Layla. How are you doing? If you guys don't know who Layla is, she is a fantastic stylized artist. And she streams here as well on the ZBrush channel. So you should probably go and check her streams out as well, especially if you like stylized art. Low poly retopology and replace each face with a scale. Forgot what the tool is called. Nanomesh. Yeah, that would be Nanomesh. You could do it with Nanomesh, and then there's another thing too that you can do. So if I were to bring in like a plane here, doesn't have to be a plane, but we're going to use a plane as an example, right? So you see every single one of these squares. You can replace all of that as well. If you go down to dynamic subdiv, you just turn off the smooth subdiv and everything, and then turn on micro poly. You have an entire selection here. This is great for like armor and stuff, and you can also make your own objects and create, you know, whatever pattern you'd like and put it into this. But then there's also scales here. This isn't really, I wouldn't really use this for like an organic thing. I really wouldn't use this for an organic thing, but you could technically do something like this. Grab, here we go. This is gonna be crazy. You're gonna be like, yo, okay. So you could do something like this because this is pretty low poly. Say I grab over here, right? Maybe right here. Then we can come over to dynamics, and you can say collision volume. It'll calculate the collision volume based on like, you know, whatever you have active in the scene. And then with this, you can actually change over to your transpose cloth. You can start pushing that. You can like wrap it if you really want, or you could do like a projection. You know, that's another thing. But this is like usually I wouldn't really do this for organic like scales or something like that, but you could do something similar. I mean, if I were to take this, right? It's more or less equally spaced stuff, or you could do a ZRemesher on this to make sure it was equally spaced. And then if you said dynamic and then micro poly, and then you did like, you know, scales here, you can kind of get away with like an interesting look. It just doesn't look as organic as it could. It looks more like you get something out of like scale armor or something. I personally prefer hand placing some things. If you wanted to use this as like a base and then start editing it afterwards, for sure you could, but I think the best organic results you're going to get is if you use like hand place alphas and things like that, right? I find this is great for like fabrics and armor and you know, mesh work and things like that. You know, even like in an organic sense, you could use it for like webbing or something like that. Oh, I'm sorry, FX, that sucks. Yeah, that really sucks. Maybe give him some rings on the face. Yeah, we're gonna make him an ancient man. I agree. I think he should have some bling while he prays. But because this is not real geometry, it's literally, if you turn off dynamic here, it's this low res plane. You can push it and pull it and create whatever it is that you like. All of these fabrics can happen. And if you increase the smooth subdiv here, you can get smaller scales as well. If you can get some like kind of chainmail stuff happening, right? And this is already right here. This is already it's got thickness already, but you could add thickness to it as well and make it like a double-sided kind of fabric too if you want. But usually, you know, you can just work with the one-sided unless you're actually putting out like one-sided things. Like if I were to put like this pattern, I think is only one-sided. Yeah, so then that's where you would come in with like the thickness here and give it something a little bit extra. But you can also make like your own versions of these too. Like it doesn't need to be, you know, just this default stuff. But there's a lot of stuff that you could do even with this default stuff, right? Make like some wire thing here. You want to like align it properly. You can also like change the overall flow of how it looks, and there's like a lot of different things that you can do here. But just wanted to show that and delete that by the cloth thing. So the cloth, like I said, you just append, like, I don't know, you could, any kind of a shape. You could do this with anything that you have that's low enough poly. Like I wouldn't do something that's high poly and do that, but you can do something like, you know, let's just like grab a plane. Where is it? Where's my plane? There it is. Right. And I'm going to go back here to just regular transpose. I have transpose cloth over here, right? Because I use it sometimes for things like this. But because this is low poly, right? This is low poly, that means that you can actually use dynamic subdiv with it very easily and get, if you click on micro poly here, you can get whatever pattern you want in there. And it's not, you did not apply this. It's dynamic subd. This is just a preview of what it is that you'd be using. And because it's just a preview, let me get something that's actually like two-sided. Because it's just a preview, you can actually do dynamics with it. So you would just turn on collision volume here, and it creates that, like, you know, collision volume based on every single object that you have visible in the scene. It basically is like, well, that's like a solid thing to then bounce off of dynamic wise. So you can grab your transpose cloth gizmo, not the transpose cloth gizmo, and you can start moving this around, and it'll like shrink wrap. Whoosh, 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 right? So you can have all kinds of fun with that and like wrap it around. You don't even need to necessarily use the transpose cloth either. I just like it because I have like control over it, but you can quite literally like run simulations as well and let it kind of do its thing. Depending on obviously your settings up here. So the more firm something is, then, you know, the more it's going to act like canvas. The less firm it will be like silk, right? Get rid of that now. All right. Sky. Let's do. All right, I guess we're gonna do a Dynamesh. Dynamesh. Too high res. He's just a happy old lizard guy. Just an ancient, happy, praying lizard guy, I guess. Oh man. You'll ever put way too much hairspray in that you end up like hating the way that you smell? Because like I like gassed myself today with it. Just so like it's giving me like memories of being in school in gym class and the guys who used like Axe body spray. Animated paint, I can't talk about that. That I can't talk about it, it's forbidden. It's forbidden. Oh, is it? No. He went into his
Buddy! Hi! You're a good boy. Okay. All right, go back, enjoy the air conditioning. Go on, go. Yeah, he loves attention, any kind of attention. He's like, hell yeah. Just say his name and he'll be happy. He'll be like, oh my god, best day ever. Acknowledgement. Giving somebody else attention? No, no, no. It's Monty time. Monty barks. Don't you dare give anybody else attention. Yeah, yeah. The midstream break. Yes. Very true. Is early for that. But somebody mentioned it and I was like, oh, perfect. And I'm just sitting there. Okay. Oops. Wonder if I can get like so he's not like his eyes aren't totally closed, you know what I mean? Yeah. He's just struggling through some blepharitis.
Yeah, Layla. My eye is good. I'm doing good. Be good. It's not leaking anymore. Its meds kicked in, yeah. If anybody has any like questions, feel free to ask. That's what I'm here for. Just vibing right now. Just sketching, sculpting. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it, honestly. Been like a year of trauma. So get this. Just making them curly whirlies. Ooh. Oh yes. So elegant. Such elegance. Okay, let's grab here. This one. Like, push it forward. Oh. How did you get that snake hook? Yeah. With AccuCurve on. Snake hook with AccuCurve. Big brush is your friend. Yeah. Am I playing any games at the moment, Diablo? But I'm kind of like I don't know. I got a couple of characters. Like I got a character. Like leveling is really fast, which is great. But then it's kind of like one, the sorcerer is busted this season. Like vulnerable damage isn't applying properly. Like you can't. I don't know. And I really wanted to play sorcerer, so then I just kind of see everybody playing Bash Barbarian and the like Necro Minion build, and I'm yeah. I want to play sorcerer though, and the vulnerability is busted. I he's a peaceful kind of guy. He's a peaceful kind of guy. Let's get some Dynamesh on this. I think like I don't work faster than anybody else, right? Like I think it just comes down to the fact that I'm working in big shapes and making sure that the main big shape is looking good like overall, and then it ends up looking more finished than it really is, you know?
Gosh, I can't wait until the next challenge for the sculpting club. I love our little sculpting club. I think that's in June, the next one. They're gonna, Frank and John are gonna surprise us with it. Is there a sculpting club? There is a sculpting club, actually animated. Why don't you check it out? They do accept people joining if you are interested. It's like just a little thing. So if you're already like an experienced ZBrush artist, then where is it? Hellfire. Here you go. Bloop bloop bloop. Wait, Fally, yeah, check it out too. You also sculpt. Yeah, you should check it out. Like, there's like a lot of like horror artists who do like creature stuff. So last, here, I'll show you guys. It's the Hellfire Sculpting Club. Oh my gosh. Hold up. Let me grab my Cintiq monitor. So this is the last one that we did, the Folklore Bestiary. So basically everybody picked a folklore monster, you know, something that appeared in yeah, you are in there. Yeah, okay. Well, like, what do you mean? But yeah, everybody picked a folklore monster that was like from where they were born or where they're from. So for me, it was Canada. So I picked like a lesser known one, which was the meteor dragon. Because I didn't know that like Ontario of all places had like folklore, so that was cool for me. But everybody else was like doing other things. Yeah, you can just kind of see all of it in here. All of these were really, really good. Really talented people did mine right down at the bottom because I was slow. And then the last project that we did was the Descent into Hell, which has like its own website where you can like get the entire STL collection. Wait, let's see. Like here, you can get like the whole STL collection if you want, which, you know, the masks themselves are not going to load right now, but you can actually grab all of them if you want to try printing them yourself. Or, you know, if somebody has like it for sale already, you can see that there too. But you can view all of them in this little viewer too, which is really fun. And then we're gonna have another one coming up too. And there's Reddit, there's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, wherever you want to, you know, join. I think that there's like a, I can't remember where it is, but somewhere on here as well. Like if you wanted to join, there's some like request form. It's cool. It's fun. It's neat. Frank and John started it, and it brings me joy. It's somewhere on the website. I'm pretty sure. Let me go and check on the other thing. Let's see. If they still even have that, they might not, because you know maybe too many people were applying. Let me just check. It's also AI free, so nobody uses AI or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe just like try contacting like the yeah, so so if you click on the contact, it has info. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Fun stuff.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Thing is, like, everything can kind of be done if you understand how to distill things into very simple shapes, and you just build on top of them. So if there's anything that you can practice is like the simplicity of things. Like, how can you distill things into its simplest form? And then get that like movement and dynamic nature from that simple form. You start bogging yourself down with details, you get lost in the sauce too quickly. Forget it's like the oh no, the other way around. Yeah. Yeah, so weed lord, nice. Yeah, it is possible. I wouldn't say it's impossible. I don't think anything like that is impossible. It's just harder right now. So as long as like you're going into this understanding that it's going to be difficult, especially with the job market right now, you won't like, you know, totally disappoint yourself or anything like that. And I would say like overall, like, you want to just keep working. Like, even if you don't see anything that is what you need for a job or what you want to do as a job, like there's, you know, maybe there's lots of things that you could do outside of just character art for games, right? Like, you know, using ZBrush is using, you know, 3D in general is like, it's a wide net. You don't have to only do game art or film. You know, like there's work in music videos, there's work in marketing, there's work in, well, maybe marketing's a little iffy right now, especially with like all the AI nonsense going around, but there's work in fashion, in medical especially. There's a lot of things that you can do outside of that as well. So if you open up your net, it's much more likely. But right now, the games and film industry is kind of in a bit of a pickle. I also don't really have any contracts going on right now either. It doesn't mean that it's going to always be like this. It really doesn't always, it doesn't mean that it's always going to be like this, so. Just keep working on your skills, and then eventually it won't be like this. And you have all of a sudden all these skills that you've built up, and you can just start working on getting what you really want during that time. At the end of the day, the most important thing to do is just, like, you know, if you're like Rodolfo was saying like earlier on his stream, it's really, really important to only be doing art if you find it fun. Like, you're doing this because it's fun. So if you need, in the meantime, while you're building up your portfolio, while you're looking for that perfect job that like fits, you know, what you're looking to do, that is fun for you, that is enjoyable, you know, there's nothing wrong with taking a different job, whatever you need to do in the meantime to make money. And I'm not saying this to discourage either, just to set like realistic expectations, because it is possible. It's just like kind of rocky out there right now. You don't understand how you did that. You mean your active points is low? Like, oh yeah, so if you're active, yeah, so if you stretch and pull things while your points are low, like for example in this, like it's 8,000, but I can still get enough detail, right? Like I have enough to describe at a distance where my main shapes are, and then that's like a perfect time for me to then step up and add more details. So I don't want to be working really high, really fast, because then I get lost in the sauce, right? Like I get lost in all the details. I don't focus on the overall shape. I'm like, oh, well, I want to make sure I don't have, you know, lumps here and there, but like, you know, details come later. If your foundation is good, then the details all follow through. Yeah, the overall, I'm not gonna try and like sugarcoat things. Like, you know, like a lot of artists are pretty depressed. There's a lot of people that I've been talking to, freelance artists, like very experienced freelance artists that also don't have work. Like, it's not just you, it's a lot of us right now. A lot of people in the animation, so I'm in the animation industry, and a lot of us, especially in Canada, up here in Canada, we're not like, you know, there's a lot of people out of work. There's multiple different things going in to cause this right now. One, the economy overall is just not it. Like, it just really is not it. It's great for people who are rich and investors, and, you know, they're doing great. And that's where you're going to have, you know, those articles coming out saying, you know, the economy's doing great and everything. It's good for like upper class people, for people that are, you know, looking to get regular jobs and things. It's kind of not great. There's a lot of places going out of business or doing layoffs and things like that. It's not just our industry either. It's sort of like the whole economy. But like I was saying, this sort of thing doesn't last forever. And whatever is going on, like, you know, in your situation, you just have to like look out for what it is that you need to do. So however it is that you need to make money at the time, just so that you know, that you're getting by, like do that. Like there's literally no shame. There's a lot of people that I know that have kind of just switched it up a little bit. They're taking like different jobs outside of the industry. A couple of like, you know, old producers that I knew, like one old producer that I used to work a lot with is now an accountant. Doesn't mean that he's never going to be doing like producing or project managing again, but it just means that like right now it just makes a little bit more sense to do something else. But I'm never one that's like, I don't like lying about things or sugarcoating things either, right? So personally, I've gone down in the dumps about not having work and things like that as well. There's been a couple of situations where I've had interviews and they will have shown my work or something like that next to AI generated imagery of their proprietary image gen or something. You know, you always find out that it's stable diffusion after the fact, and it's like, well, hey, I don't want my personal work being used in this sense. And it's like, well, you know, well, of course not, we're not going to do that. And then, you know, you get ghosted and they never call back. And that could be for a multitude of different reasons, right? Like, you know, it could be because they're like, okay, well, we need somebody who is going to be using AI, or it could just be that like nothing is getting funded right now, which is also very likely. Either way, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth and it just kind of blows. So it's not like I haven't been talking to studios. It's more like nothing is coming through right now. Nothing is getting funded. Everything is kind of just in like this flux. And it's weird. It's just a weird time overall. I think IATSE might be going on strike again this summer as well. So that's like another thing for the animation industry. So lots of discomfort, but we don't stay uncomfortable forever, right? And that's where I think it's really important that if you do find art fun, if this is something that is your dream, to just kind of keep doing it wherever you can. But like, you know, take care of you first. Like never stop drawing or sculpting or whatever. No matter what happens, wherever you can, find that joy and that time to do it. You never want to stop. Like never, 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 never. Yo, what's up, Chloe? How are you doing? You guys don't know who Chloe is. Another amazing ZBrush artist. So you go follow them. What days do you stream? Share. Oh, also there's a ZBrush live calendar as well. Actually, I'll just share that. That'll help everybody. It's live. Where is it? There we go. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's because it's May. Oh, the June one wasn't. I was like, there's no one streaming. But it's because it's the May. But there's a calendar if you're ever interested. You stream 2 Tuesdays this month. You're behind. June 4th and June 18th. Ah. Any tips
For curls, go follow Chloe, by the way. Okay, so tips for curls. You mean curly hair? How would you like to do that hair? Like what there's different kinds of curls and things like that. So that could be, that's, you know, like, are you talking about like afro, like, you know, like black hair, or are you talking like curly as in like beach waves? Are you talking afro hair? Yeah, so there's a couple of things that you can do. There's like fiber mesh. It's all right. Is it stylized or realistic? Stylized or realistic, because that's also going to matter. So with the, you know, it's going to take a lot of grooming, obviously, but like quickly speaking, in fiber mesh, I can show you some settings. Ooh, fiber mesh preview. Obviously, you're always going to want to have reference open in general. You don't want to do, especially something like, you know, hair that is very complex. You don't want to do it without reference. So here, let's get less fibers so that you can kind of see what's going on. So if you're going to start like, you know, creating like really tight ringlets, you know, that would be in like, you know, afro hair, it depends on like, if it's like brushed out, a lot of the time you have it very like soft and puffy and very like voluminous and fine. It looks very like cloud-like and nice, right? And then if you have it like, if it's not brushed out and it's more like crimped and like tight, then it becomes a smaller tight curl. But either way, there are like revolve rates here, so you can actually like twist this a whole bunch and have that twisting. Here, let's like lower the fiber so that we can start getting a thing here. And then you're gonna want to like increase the segments as well. This is looking like soggy noodles right now. Like I said, this is gonna take a little bit of like tweaking. Where is my coverage? So we can kind of see what's going on here. So revolve is too high. Get that a little bit lower. Twist is too high as well. So a little bit of twisting and then less gravity, and you can start to like play around a little bit more. And overall, there's more, because I'm not going to like go through all of this right now, but there are presets in here for fiber mesh, I think. Okay, I don't have it here. Wait, maybe it's in tool. Where's my fibers? Yes, fibers. There's like a curl one somewhere in here. Might be this. And you can kind of work off of that if you want to start updating it. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. It's somewhere in here. But let's talk stylized, because I don't want to start like doing a whole bunch of like grooming right now. But ideally, you play around with the revolve rate, you play around with the twist, and then the gravity as well. And you can start clumping it too. You can get a whole bunch of like really, really tight curls with fiber mesh. And then if it's stylized, you know, it depends on what kind of like a stylization that you're gonna go for. But there's like, you know, if you give this a little bit more points, you can grab the, what is it called? The twist brush? The curve, the twist. Is it twist? No, it is not. Spin. Spiral, there it is, sorry. So this brush is really cool because then you can get things going on like that. So this is how I did like my stylized version as well. And I really like this thing for just like quickly creating like these little tiny curl ups. So you can imagine if you have like a small one, you can start to create some really fun, you know, curls and things like that around. But overall, what you would want to do is create the overall shape, and then you come in and you start kind of creating that, these little tiny
these little tiny like swirls and things to suggest what you're doing. And then on top of that, then you can start coming in with like a curve, like, I don't know, like a curve alpha or something like that. Let's grab like, or not a curve alpha, let's just grab curved tubes. You can kind of like come in here and then do little, my God, I'm like dropping the ball right now. Okay. Like little things that come off, kind of stick out a little bit more. Just give it a little like manual curl. Man, I am really sorry. Right now I'm like dropping it. Some days, man. Split this off. Where did it even go? I don't even know, man. Whoa, whoa. Oh, it's because I have cloth on. I was like, what is happening? I was so confused by like the strangeness of how everything was acting. It's because the Gizmo was cloth. And so you can kind of like have like a little bit of like these things coming off in certain areas. I like to like, you know, kind of push these around and just like, you know, have things sticking out, whatever. But then there's also just in general, when you're creating like just an overall afro, you're going to want to, like I said, create the main shape first, and then add in the detail afterwards, because the hair itself is quite like, it's like very much like a shape. So you don't want to like get in there and like do too much like strand details. I mean, another thing that you could do though is like, you know, with the rake brush, if you're doing like sculptural detail, you could take like the rake brush and like you could kind of like get some fun detail like that. It really depends on like how you want to stylize it, and overall you're going to be wanting to like look at reference while you're doing things, right? So bigger like hair shapes in general, I find that like if you put like a noise on it too, that can help. So like, you know, it comes down to like stylization. Overall though, like, you know, if you wanted longer curls and things that you could like kind of put around yourself, I do like curve alpha. Oh, it's not. Bro, why aren't you working? Okay. Curve alphas. I've had this issue before, but I can't remember like what bug was happening. Like, why was this occurring where I can't select an alpha? Do you remember what it was? If anybody remembers like a previous stream of mine, I was having an issue like this before and I just can't remember how to solve it. But essentially you're supposed to be able to take an alpha and then create a curve. So I'm going to do it without that right now, but I don't remember why that was happening. So I will just quickly show you, you know, if you kind of created something like this. Masked. And then you can actually do like, okay, I'm dropping the ball right now. Apologies. Anyways, there's like curve deformers and stuff. I'm not gonna like keep going into this. I'm just dropping the ball like crazy right now. Totally thrown off. The vibe ain't it right now. On top of it, you did helixes for the main block out. Yeah. Circle shape on top of it. Can you be friends? I mean, you could join, like, there's lots of like communities to join and stuff. I wouldn't say that we, you know, we're gonna be like friends. We only know each other via chat, but that's, you know, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer for you. Bruh. Bruh. I'm sorry. Sorry, Chloe. Sorry. I'm a dick like that. I'm a dick. I'm doing good, Raul. How are you doing? Yeah, there's discords. There's discords. Late like a crack. You're fine. I'm like dropping it right now. Oi. Okay, back to work. Back to business. That was a very bad demo. There's like good hair demos in general. Usually what I do though is I will block out, like, so here, you know what? I'll just show you something really quick. Save that. I'm gonna load up. Look at this one. He's got like curly hair. This is not black hair per se, but like it's not like an afro. But the same sort of thing applies. So when I'm doing this kind of stuff, right? I'm just kind of creating one strand and just like making it really like just doing a couple of strokes and making them very prominent and pulling out on an edge, and then I'll kind of duplicate it around and pull things around just to get like the flow, right? So you do like a big shape first, and then you can start adding on your detail after. Another like sketch that I did, this girl. So this is a little bit more like that, like stylized, like curl, like hair, like black hair. But it's not like, it's just very, very quick. Like you could do a better job than this in general, but just in it to get like that bigger shape. And then if you wanted to add in noise on top of this as well to kind of push that further, you absolutely could, right? That's sort of like what I'm talking about, is bigger shapes and then add in details afterwards. And then the whole thing with like fiber mesh, I can be kind of slow at fiber mesh. So it was like, do I really want to sit here playing around with the sliders? There's like revolve rates and stuff like that. And like I told you before as well, in the fiber menu, there's like some actual curly hair. I just can't remember. It might actually be this one. I'm just like having a hard time seeing it right now. Like it might actually be this. Like if I say BPR right now, it's close to that. You would just need more spring to it, so then you could play around, have it like crunch up more. Fiber. Begin here. Not going. Anyways. How much time did it take to get to this point with this sculpture? This one? Well, we've been only streaming for like 2 hours, so, and I've been talking most of it. Is there a way to draw multiple curves back to back? Like when you draw a curve with a curve too, It has to get okay and then do another one. Yeah, you could do curve multi-tube, where you could draw multiples of them. So curve multi-tube right here. Woo! It's because I have here. Incredible. The thing is though, like you need to adjust your snap distance, or they're just gonna start touching each other, and you don't want them touching each other because cooties. Did I do the hands? Did I do the figures in the fingers in ASIM? No, I just kind of. Oh, you mean like just like the whole thing's in symmetry, and then I just kind of like noodle them around and like that, and then it creates it. You're fighting with ZBrush because it crashes when you try to make a Boolean. So okay, so how complex is your scene? Because if you're like live Boolean things and you've got a lot going on there and it's very messy, it can give it a hard time for sure. Maybe if you've got multiple things that you're Booleaning at the same time, try to like do it piece by piece, might help. Or clean your topology. Like you're getting like crazy errors. You might want to try and fix your mesh integrity in some areas. That could fix some of the issues that might pop up with like doing a like make Boolean mesh, right? So if you're doing make Boolean mesh and then you have like a Houdini act by ZBrush, sometimes cleaning up your mesh will help. Oh, thanks, Raul. Give me a high five. Woo! How much time did it take to get to this point? Oh, I answered that one. Change snap distance. Yeah, so with your stroke in curve, there is a snap distance. Where is it? It's somewhere in here. I can't remember where it is though, right now, because my brain is not working. Wait, let's see. Hold on. Curve multi-tube. Then in curve, it's not there. Yeah, curve step. You can lower. No, not curve step. Where's the snap? There. Yeah, curve snap distance is right there. There you go. It's okay. It's in modifiers, and then you can change the snap distance, so it's not gonna have issues as much. So, you know, I can keep drawing and it's not gonna start snapping. You'd have to be very close to it to start snapping things. Have I seen Shader Toy? No, I haven't. What's that? Moves with millions of points is problematic. You can reduce its density and Boolean reproject. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had too many issues with high poly Booleaning, but I'm also not doing like things at that rate at a very, like, I'm not doing like multiple objects Booleaning from it. Like, it'll be like one thing. Different parts now, you just have a hand with 22. Yeah, it can be a little bit rough, you know. If you got it figured out, then that's good. Oh, I don't like this tail. You know what? It's because it's symmetrical. I'm gonna just like change this up a little bit. Screw symmetry. I hate when tails are symmetrical. It just looks so weird. Change it off to the side a little bit. What did I click? Yeah. No. I don't know what I clicked. Sim tails are a jump scare. You're so right. Thank you for speaking the truth. I know. I hate that. I just like whatever. They annoy me. It's like sculpting tails in pose. That's the juice. That's good. That's good. Very nice. Sculpting tails, like, you know, when they're just kind of static, putting them in E pose or A pose or whatever the hell for a rigger. Nah. It shouldn't, you know, in that case, it shouldn't have a tail. Like, for production, if there's ever something that needs to, like, you know, like a long snake character or something like that, it's like, ooh, sculpting is going to be great for that. But then, like, the reality is, like, just this long tube that you're putting alphas on, and you're just like, what is this? Is ZRemesh better than Dynamesh? There isn't like a better. When you're talking about ZRemesh and Dynamesh, there's no better. It's a matter of circumstance. You're using them for different reasons. ZRemesh is so that you can get a clean mesh that can work in a subdivision workflow, where Dynamesh is just so that you can get continuous updates that will respect your details to the mesh. It's not clean. It's just for sculpting purposes. So ZRemeshing something is not going to adhere to your details very well.
it's something that you want to use maybe after Dynameshing something and making sure that you have all of the details that you want. And then you can ZRemesh and reproject those details onto subdivision level. So you're working on clean topology so that you can then get your alpha placements down correctly and without a problem. And it's more optimized in general, working around in ZBrush. It's a, you know, if you're going to start, it's a big topic in general, talking about topology, and it takes a little bit of time. Like if you're new to 3D, it takes a little bit of time to wrap 3D joke your head around how topology works and why you need to retopologize things, why something can't be high topology versus low topology. There's a lot of different reasons why you would use different, you know, solving algorithms. Lost its tail privileges. I know. Yeah, my school didn't teach ZBrush either, but if you're doing it for fun on your own, there's lots of resources now to learn that kind of stuff. No problem. You enjoy your break. How did I make the silhouette? Oh, I answered at the very beginning of the stream. I knew somebody would ask. Down here in thumbnails, change your background right here. Change it to black. And you will have a transparent background and it will be white. Posing it with the point features in Gizmo variants. You don't remember the name? The point feature in the Gizmo variants. Posing it with the point. Do you mean the anchor brush? Because that's the new thing, right? Like, because anchor brush is actually kind of cool. I don't really use it, but this is actually quite interesting. Watch this, right? So you can start moving things based on your anchor that you create. So you can do posing that way by you know, clicking on one thing and then clicking somewhere else where your other point will be, and then you can get deformations that way as well. It's like you can get more subtle variations of like poses, but things, you know, it works like on like a fall off, so things are not as like it can kind of start stretching and stuff, but it can be nice in general too, for, you know, just quick movements that feel and look organic. Anchor brush for quick hugs, yeah. Transpose? What about transpose? Oh, the Gizmo variant. So are you literally talking about the transpose, like something like this? Yeah, you can also pose things this way as well by creating, like, you know, where you want it to start bending, and you can start to oops. Oh my god. Okay. But yeah, you can start to pose things like that. I would still use masking with it too. It's been like forever since I've used the transpose to start moving things around. I prefer to just use the Gizmo and masking, but then you can get you know, bends as well. So if you wanted, let's say, this is a quick and easy way to get like an overall bend. So if you drag out your like transpose here and you wanted this to have more of like an overall bend, then on the middle section you can hold Alt and then start pushing down when it's like white, and you can get those bends in literally any direction that you're facing. But I just personally, like, I find it easier to just use the snake hook because I'm used to using it now.
Let's like actually figure out these little suckers down here. Need some music, some louder music. Oh, better. I don't have the music playing through this because I'm listening to the copyright. I'm gonna give him one of those toes that just kind of, like his middle toe just kind of comes all the way out. You know, representation. They cook to move things. Heck yeah, I am. It doesn't have like an upper limit, and I like to just be very gestural with a lot of things that I'm doing, so that works in my benefit. Whereas like the move brush, it has an upper limit. I don't like restrictions. Oh yeah, monster foot ready. Listening to Death of Peace of Mind. Love that album. By Bad Omens. The bend curve feature. Yeah. He looks so cool and fun and amazing and adorable. That's a lot of adjectives. Pour one out for my feet, guys, right now. This is all for you right now, what I'm doing. Yo, what's up, Richard? Wondering if this will be recorded and posted on YouTube. Yes, unfortunately for everyone, it will be on YouTube to watch later. Yes, it's always recorded, always there, always watching. Is this one right here connected? No, it's that. Okay, so I'm gonna attach both the bottom legs to the abdomen so that I can get a more accurate pelvic shape. To merge that guy down. Yes, sir. I'm gonna get a little bit of a Dynamesh. Yummy. All right, and I'm gonna switch over to the Geo. Snake also seems to do better with denser models. I use them with like less dense models as well. It really just depends on what you're doing. And just kind of your preference. I mean, I use it for everything. I don't need to use the move brush. I literally just use the snake hook. I'm still being like very rough about this. Like I really don't care if it's like perfect or you can see brush strokes or anything like that. I'm getting in more anatomy right down here. This is 2. I want more like more crunch. Gotta put down the party ribs, the ones that don't conform, you know? think overall I need to make this face kind of stick out a little bit more. Yeah. Just so I can kind of get it matching all of the curves of the rest of the body. Do something with the beard tendril area here. How many times do you have to sculpt a character in production? Like you mean like resculpt it, or just like how many, like, because it depends on what project you're working on. Some shows, like TV shows, can have like a ton of characters. You're sculpting a ton of them. You know, same with movies. Like sometimes there's like a lot. Sometimes, you know, if you're doing something for live action VFX, maybe you only have like 3 things that you need to sculpt. If it's not like super intensive like that, right? Like it really just depends on the script, what is required, how many like things you're going to be sculpting. But overall, the sculpting process is usually I'm saying usually just a small part of like the bigger production ready asset pipeline. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can catch up on all the silly. If you have any questions, though, feel free to ask. That is what I'm here for, and I'm kind of like in a little bit of like a quiet part now. So if you have any questions, just let me know. Oh, I didn't even realize I was pushing all of that up there. Yeah, I'll just do that. Usually like doing this when it's a little lower res. You can do it still when it's like this, no problem. Yeah. How much do I love or hate retopology? Currently trying to get better at it, but you hate it. Yeah, it's a normal response. I think, you know, you end up not really liking anything that is like tedious. I don't hate it. I hated it when I had to do a lot of it in production, but I don't like hate it. It's not something that's preferable to me, you know? It can be quite tedious, especially if you just want to like sketch, right? If you want to just get into your sketching. But it's also like so necessary if you want to do production work that it doesn't matter if you hate it or not, you just kind of have to do it. Could you give some advice for presenting your work in the portfolio? So that depends as well what it is that you're going for. Are you going for games? Are you going for film? Are you trying to be medical? You know, medical illustration? Like, you know, there's so many different things that you can be doing. It, you know, depending on what it is that you want to get into is how you would present things in your portfolio. So if you wanted to be a character artist for games, for example, then you would want to show your wireframe. You would want to show your bakes. You would want to show your textures. you know, the sculpt, you know, you could show that if you want, but that's not the main thing, right? Like to get that final project that would be something that you would be hired for, you want to go through that whole pipeline. If you have like a whole portfolio of only sculpts, so for me, for example, I do a lot of I do a lot of concept and design work and things like that. So I don't necessarily have to be showing wireframes. Yes, I also do character art, but most of my, like the bulk of my work has been, I don't know so much in the future what it's going to be, right? Because you know, things have been a little bit strange in the industry and like, you know, down, like jobs, not a lot of jobs, but you know, I don't really show a lot of wireframes and things like that. But when I first started out with my first portfolio, that's something that I was actively showing, is I was showing wireframes and, you know, how I, you know, what that process looked like. If you're looking to get into games, Jay Hill actually has like a really good YouTube channel and a good talk about portfolios in general, Jay Hill on YouTube, that you could look into. Jay Hill. Action figures for small toy company. It's you use it exclusively for every part. Yeah, nice. Yeah, you could absolutely use it like ZBrush strictly for toy creation. You don't need to do retopology and things like that if you're doing toys. Yeah. No, that's great. That's awesome, Renders. Environment and character modeling for games, but you don't want to specialize and lose some opportunities. I think if you're casting too wide of a net, you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot anyways. Find something that you genuinely like, because getting a job in the industry overall is difficult, and you want to be focused on something that you actually want to do, right? Like, so if you get a job to make environments and you're like, oh, thank God, I'm just in the industry anyways, a lot of the time, you know, you're just going to be doing environments, but you're not going to be transferring over to characters unless like you make your portfolio specifically for characters and you center around characters, right? Because like, you know, it's sort of like typecasting, right? So you want to aim kind of for what you like to do. That's why I say like, don't make your portfolio based on what you think everybody else is doing just to do exactly what everybody else is doing. No, you should focus on what you like to do, because that's ultimately what you're wanting to do. What you're going to want to do in this industry is something that you find fun, that you find exciting, especially when burnout is such a big problem. So you do end up getting that job, which is very, like, it's highly competitive. I don't want to dissuade you. Keep doing it because it's worth it, right? To do something that you love to do. But it is a very competitive environment to get a job. And once you get that job, it can be extremely hostile if it's not something that you have a passion for. And even if, when you do have that passion for it, burnout does occur as well. But overall, you want to make it better experience for you if it's something that you like doing. Otherwise, why not just get something else, get a different kind of job if it's not even something that you like to do, right? You're modeling a fish with armor and you wanted to know how you would go about doing that. Just same process, like taking out the clothes from the model, or is there another way? So modeling a fish with armor, you wanted to know how you would go about doing the same process, taking the clothes from the model. So, okay, so if it has armor and it's like tight, you could always just do things like, you know, just kind of find an area like, oh yeah, I want the fish to have arm brace, right? Okay, well, easily you can come down here and do an extract, and it will give you a preview of what that looks like, right? This is just so that you have that stuff in that area. So you could say, you know, lower the thickness of this, extract it, or even increase it, doesn't really matter. Extract, say accept, then, you know, you can solo that out, remove the mask, and because you extracted it, it already has these polygroups as well, so you can delete that, delete hidden, which, you know, geometry down here, modify topology, you can say delete hidden, hello, thank you. Then it's gone. And down here in, not polygroup, yeah, polygroups, you can say auto groups, right? Which means this inner one is going to be a different polygroup on the outside. Control Shift, and you can get rid of that. So delete hidden, I have it on my UI, I just wanted to show you where it was. And now you have this sort of piece. I'll delete that one as well, delete hidden. I'm gonna mirror and weld them just because then you have the same polygroup on either side. And now you have like this generic shape right here, but it's like really high res. So if you would start like doing stuff, I mean, you could always just, you know, sculpt on it, no problem and stuff, but like smoothing it out and things, you're not getting a smooth result. So if you want to start like getting something that's easier to block out based on your extract that you just made, come down here and you could do a ZRemesh really quick. Boop, boop, boop. That will lower the resolution, and then you can say half, get rid of adapt, and just kind of like hit it with a couple of these, right? This will make it much easier. Oops. Much easier to start moving this around. And then you can actually come down to dynamic subdiv right here, turn on the thickness. And this is not real thickness, by the way. This is just sort of a preview. So now you can kind of do big movements with smaller resolution, with a lower resolution to get whatever shape you want. Okay, what is going on? Oh, it's because I have morph brush. Okay, back to my Sig Hook, sorry. Ah, I did the same thing. Shift, I have to go ahead and grab my smooth brush again, because while I had the shift brush, like while I was pressing shift, I clicked on the morph brush, which made it my smooth brush for some reason. I don't know why that's a thing, but it's a thing. Say, okay, okay. So when you know, you can start smoothing this down. That's another thing, right? You can smooth this down, but then it'll smooth the whole thing. Or you could go like hold shift, click down, let go of shift, and now it'll do, whoops, sorry. Now it'll do a relax function, which is easier to control than just the shift on something like this. So it's easier to control overall the hard surface like look of like the armor, and then you can start moving things around. And then this is not, you know, it's not real. It's just one-sided geometry right now. So it's easy to kind of just do whatever it is that you want to get the shape that you want accurately. Now there's another thing too, control, you hold down control. There is a thing called mesh extrude and mesh project as well. Mesh extrude replaces your masking brush, and you can essentially just draw on, like, you can draw on areas here. You know what? Let's do mesh project. And you can draw on areas as well. So like if you wanted, you could draw on here. And now this is like clean resolution geometry as well. So that's another way that you can do it. Or, you know, you just kind of sculpt it out. You can just sculpt it out and use, you know, sharpening brushes like Damien Standard, Alt. I have Macut Mech A, which is really good for hard surface and stylized stuff to make these kinds of cuts. Yeah, there's like, you know, talking about hard surface things in general, it's a big topic. So yeah. Most of the time you burn out was due to retopology when you first start it. You have fun, but it takes so long, you'll drag your soul to the deepest depths of the abyss. I think the big problem is not understanding how to do the connections. Once you know the basic connections of, and you know where your edge loops are supposed to go, you know how your edge flow is supposed to follow the musculature of your characters to help for deformation, it's not that bad. You just need to get used to that concept and work big to small. So map out, like, don't care overall about like the number or anything. You can kind of edit that as you go, but map out the edge flow of what it is that you're doing. So draw just like, you know, with larger squares, follow the musculature in deformation areas, and then go ahead and fill it in afterwards and up-res after. You don't need to worry about that. Am I worried that AI is going to do the workload and erase the technical necessity of sculpting programs like ZBrush? Right now, really, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. It does not look like something that would be usable for like AI. 3D AI tools are horrible currently. I think what's going on is there's still like I guess you would say like the AI bubble in general in the investing sphere. So you have a lot of people using, you know, and shoving AI bloatware into the things that you do. I mean, if you look at like Autodesk right now has AI capabilities, and they're asking you as well to, if you want to do basically what you can do in ZBrush is a ZRemesher. It's this, like, they have like their version, but you upload to a cloud, and it's like, okay, well, you just also announced that you have like AI functions and stuff too. So it's just like there's a big data problem with 3D models. The whole reason why generative AI works to the extent that it works right now, like generative image AI works to that extent, is because they are indiscriminately, no matter like if somebody consents or not, they are indiscriminately scraping all images from the internet. So that's a much larger data pool than 3D models. So I don't know if you've heard about like the Sketchfab like decided that anybody's model that was on there is now part of that data set for them as well, because, you know, oh, well, you decided way back when that you could upload your model here, then that means it's ours and we can do what we want with it. But I feel like, you know, a lot of artists, rightfully so, think that's an overstep of terms of service, and, you know, it's nobody's really actually consenting to this kind of stuff. So there's no real way to opt out of it. But at the same time, it's like that's still a much smaller data pool, and when it comes to three-dimensional, you know, objects, you need a lot more data than you even have for image generation. Right? Like when we're talking about image generation, they're able to distill this down into a noise and then, you know, take that noise and create a new image, right? It's just it's like fancy shredding and put back together machine, essentially. And then when you have 3D, it's like, well, you need to do that for the entire thing, like overall, right? So it's not really there. It really isn't there. But definitely, if you ever have the chance to call for regulations on this kind of thing, there's already a problem right now with AI regulatory capture. We've got, like, you know, the CEOs of all of these AI companies sitting in on the board of safety for AI. That's like, you know, that would be the equivalent of saying the CEO of Coca-Cola should sit on the health board. You know, it's like, why would you do that? So, it's not looking great. But there, you know, if you advocate against it and you actually, you know, if you have that opportunity to send like a letter to your representatives or something about how you're like, hey, I don't think that's cool. that overall, like, advocacy does work for things. So I don't think that it's useless in order to do something like that. Like, every voice does count in that instance. It absolutely needs regulations. It's going like yeah, I don't know, man. Like, first things first is I think that people in general should have the option automatically to opt out of this stuff, which it's like, yeah, that would absolutely kill it, because if you really think about it, people knowing that their stuff would be used in a data set like that, like regular, they don't really want that. Like, most people, it seems like, don't want that. But that's not, you know, that would be against these companies and uh, uh. I can't talk about ZBrush for iPad, unfortunately. But you're free to check out their website. You can even sign up for the beta, I think. Spicy butter shrimp gnocchi. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, people like making art. I think that's just it, is like, but the problem is, and a lot of people need to really look at the system at large right now. The way, like, capitalism, I'm not saying capitalism itself is inherently bad or anything. I'm just saying that, like late stage, the way that we're at, like where we're at, it's gotten to a point where profits just outweigh anything moral, anything that benefits a person. It's like, if it's profitable, that is the king, right? And that's where you start getting all of these problems popping up, is like, if profits will like always take king over everything else, you're going to have social issues, just living life issues, people issues, right? Because money is not moral. Money is not even a living thing. So, but that's something that essentially is being worshipped as like this end all be all, right? If it's profitable, it makes the end of the cut. And right now, lots of money going into AI, so it doesn't matter if you enjoy your job. I mean, it matters to me. That's not what I mean. I mean, in general, it does not matter to people who are trying to make a profit, right? Yeah, and like, you don't need to wait either to just take even small actions. It might be like a pain in the butt or whatever, but this is if this is the industry you want to get into, you know, even other industries that you might want to get into, if this is like something that you care about, which it seems like a lot of us care about, you're asking the questions, it seems like you care about it. You know, it doesn't hurt to call into your reps, like even your local reps, and say, this is something that I care about. Because last I checked, we're still in a democracy, right? Or at least a good chunk of us, you know, currently in this stream right now are in a democracy where we can make that advocacy count. for manual labor and retopology, because there's not a big data set. It's all about illegal data set, like data capture, right? And they don't have enough. Like it's like a hungry, like AI, generative AI is just a hungry, insatiable machine. Like it constantly needs to feed, essentially. And there's not enough data out there for it to continuously evolve. They're even talking about making synthetic data in order to improve the AI and stuff. So anything that you post, it will be scraped. So if you don't want that to happen, if you don't want your style or your art to be used in these data sets, opting out right now is not really a thing you can do on social media. So something like Meta, Instagram, they're taking all your stuff. Like, it does not matter indiscriminately. Unless you're in the EU, which case there's a law when they can't do that. So congrats to you guys. Everybody else, it sucks to suck. So if you don't know about glaze, let me show you something. So if you don't know about glaze, I mean, it's harder. Like, if you're posting like a video, a turnaround video, it's a little bit harder, right? But for images, this is actually really, it's an option for you, where you run it through glaze, your image through glaze, and it creates a confusing noise where an AI algorithm, it can't learn off of it properly. It gets confused. Like, you're confusing any kind of a data set that would have grabbed your image without your consent, but they say it's with your consent because you're on the social media platform, so you consent, like, whatever. Stupid. So they'll grab your image whether you like it or not, and if it's glazed, it won't be able to reproduce the same thing that you just created. So I'm thinking personally I might start doing everything with, like, posting a lot of my images with glaze. Here's an example. So this is an original, right? So this would be the original that I had. And then here is the glazed version. And you'll notice you can barely tell. You can barely tell, especially with the stream compression. On my computer, you can see the noise, but once you upload it to socials, it really gets like blurred out, right? Like, because the compression is so bad. So if you look at the difference. So this one is protected with glaze on low. This one is not. So in flatter areas, you can see it a little bit better. Otherwise, like, yeah, it's basically imperceptible inside of details. Yeah, I'll give you guys. Yeah, it's glazed. So that's another thing, just to give you something. I really gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back in like a minute, okay? Really, I didn't take my break today, so I'll be back. Just give me like 2 minutes. Okay, I am back. Thank you for your patience. Bep. Yeah, I know, he's always super ready. Can you explain what sculpting and surfacing means? You saw in your short okay, so you mean for that movie that I worked on? So I was a sculptor, so I didn't do any of like the topology work, right? I just did like the sculpt. And then that was sent off and like a production ready model was made. And then I also was a surfacer. So I did the texture work as well for those characters. Dog wants to go to the beach. I know what reel or TikTok that you're talking about. Come here. I'm not done yet. Yet, how are you doing? What surfacing means? Okay, so surfacing, it's like there's different terms that you can use depending on if you're in the game industry, the film industry, like, you know, and they overlap sometimes too. So you might hear texturing or surfacing or look dev. These all kind of work together, like as like materials, like an overarching, like somebody who deals with materials and textures and the surface, the end surfaced result of what you see. So it's not this gray model, but how does light reflect off of that, those maps? You know, how does color work? How, you know, are there extra details that are going to be represented as like bump? How shiny is the surface? You know, all of these things go into surfacing, right? Texturing, as you would say. I think it's wrong to have a defeatist mentality about things in general. Like if you're saying like you can't resist, like you've already lost, like you haven't even tried. I think that's, you know, that's why things might not get done. That's why you would have, you know, have other people just run over. They would think like, oh, it's fine, nobody's saying anything, it's fine, there's no point to resist. Well, if you just continues, I know it's exhausting, but at the same time, like if you're just unhappy with it, then, and you just keep saying you're unhappy with it and you don't use the products, then eventually something snaps and they're like, okay, I guess we do have to change this. Like advocacy does work, it really does. You just have to be persistent, unfortunately. Yeah, no problem. No problem. If you have any other questions, tis what I am here for. Wait, is that I did, okay. Oh. Favorite texturing software? I like to use Substance Painter. I haven't used it in a little bit, but I do like Substance Painter. Okay, yeah, okay, so, okay, can I just say something about this? Because, like, yeah, okay, genie out of the bottle. Like, if I hear that one more time, I'm not gonna snap, but I feel like I'm gonna snap just because I could just, it's already out there. There's no point in resisting, like, whatever. Like, yeah, okay, okay, but you can have regulations for things. I mean, like, just because a gun exists doesn't mean that you can't have laws to protect people from, I don't know, carrying tons of them. Like, should we not have lights on the road because cars exist? Like, they're out there, but we shouldn't have regulations to make it safer for everyone? You know, that's what advocacy is for. Is like, okay, it's out there. We're not trying to like make the tech. It's not like Dune. We're not like in the Dune universe. No AI. It's just sort of like, well, don't you want to have rules? We should have some rules to protect people and their livelihoods. What the hell? I'm not gonna like ride a sandworm or something. Do you use Mesh Balloon? Is there ways to modify it? I don't actually use that. But yeah, there are ways that you can modify it. There's in the, oh my goodness. If you grab Mesh Balloon, like here, there's actually like things in the brush menu. Mask mesh modifier. So if you're holding control, you can start to edit this, right? Not holding control, but holding control here. Actually, chat's in the way. Hold control and you can see the options show up. So the resolution of the mesh that you're drawing out, you can change that. You can change the smoothness and how much of a bevel shows up as well. How do you meet people that do 3D in real life? I don't. I literally don't. I haven't really, since the, I mean, you know, from work, when I used to work in studio, I knew people. And now I meet people online through like ZBrush and things like that. But the thing is, like, once COVID happened, I stopped, you know, traveling and doing those sorts of things. But if you're careful, you know, you can go to like conventions. People are still doing that.
But unfortunately for me, COVID already messed me up once, and I'm not willing to, risk any extra part of my life with that. So I've been kind of avoiding crowded spaces like that just for my own sake. Do they show Barnes and Noble? But like, yeah, so just go to, like, I mean, there's ZBrush Summit is one place that you could go. You could go to like different conventions, like Monster Palooza is happening in California. I don't know when, probably sometime this summer. There's other like conventions that pop up too, where there's lots of artists. Like Lightbox Expo is a great way to meet other artists in real life. You know, I can't think off the top of my head of all of the expos that you could go to meet people, but there are conventions. I just kind of hang out with people online and friends that I already have. Okay, let's give this more resolution. Yes, sir. Yeah, true. There's also game jams and drink up events. That's true. You just kind of like have to search for them on socials. Any secret tips and tricks you had in ZBrush that you find had changed your sculpting for the greater outcomes that daily users of ZBrush like you don't know? Secret tips. Secret. I don't know anything that would be necessarily like secret. I guess that's really hard to answer. I think something that I use most of the time though overall is just AccuCurve. This is like a game changer in here for either your move brush or snake hook is AccuCurve, because it will bring a sharp point, so you're moving things much more accurately. And then, you know, backface masking as well for anything that you don't want to have, like any thin geometry. If you don't want to sculpt on both sides of it and you don't want it to like get all crunchy and nasty, just come down into auto masking and there's backface masking right here. Yeah, snake hook is greater than move. I agree, but to each their own. I will never tell you not to use move if you love move that much. You want to sculpt, but your back is killing me? Lay down. Listen to your body. Don't hurt yourself. The pointy rib. Okay. Oh my goodness. But yeah, giving you like a secret tip. I don't really know. I don't really have any secret tips. I share everything. So actually, you know what? Here, this is a great one. This is not like secret. Like none of the tips that I share are like secret. Like I've talked about this before as well. But let's say you sculpted in a bunch of like this detail here, and you don't have like a morph target or a layer or anything to exaggerate that. You're like, I wish that that popped more. Well, there is a great brush. It's called Contrast Delta. And you could just push all of that sculptural detail as if it had a morph target. It's not as accurate as if you were to have a morph target, but you can start getting some good contrast in that. It works for everything too, so anything that you've been like sculpting on, but it'll grab all of the detail, right? Like all of it and push it. Arthritis says it. Ooh. Ooh, I used to have arthritis when I was a kid. I had juvenile arthritis. I hope that stays in remission. I hope it stays in remission for a very long time. Dark secrets, yes. He looks like the aliens guy. Aliens. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, the different algorithms is a great one too. So if you're in deformation, honestly, anywhere you see these little circles, if you click one, if you make it open or close, those are different algorithms. So it can use two different things. So if you try using like who is it in chat that said the ZRemesh? Casey, like Casey said, if you use ZRemesh, there are different algorithms as well. You can use legacy as you know with it as well, so you don't have to always be using the exact same algorithm to do everything. There's also different Dynamesh algorithms here too, so you can get a different algorithm for Dynamesh as well. So little circles. Theoretically speaking, if you were to decimate this model and use it as a prop in a game, no animation, but also had to unwrap the UVs in ZBrush, what would your workflow be? Yeah, that is actually a workflow. So if you're interested, if you decimate something, you can check out UV Master. And UV Master, I'm not going to do like a whole demo here, but UV Master, you can actually have it like you can basically draw seams. You can draw where you want
the seams to follow. So attract more density. You can protect areas so that no seams can go there. Basically, control painting is what I'm talking about. So you can paint on your model where you want those seams to cut through. It won't be super accurate, but you know, you can do like an auto UV unwrap, just a really quick rough one on top of a decimated model, especially if you want to send it over to Substance Painter, for example, and do some texturing on it really quick and use a different projection method than UV. You just use projection, like the 3-quadrant, whatever that's called. I can't remember what it's called. Brain. But yeah, you can throw it over to Substance if you want that as well, and it can blur out your seams if you want that. So that is a concept art workflow. How do you make a mesh you made wrap around the form? Like if you make a bunch of scales, make it snap to like snap on a hand. If you okay, so you're on YouTube, scroll back a couple of like a little while. I actually showed some of that. But then if you really want, you can also use IMM brushes, BI. I don't have any scales to show you right now, but essentially it would be the same thing. Like if you created an IMM, do I have anything that's like kind of like that? Okay, kind of like a scale. So you can use an IMM to kind of like, pull them out, place them how you want. Right. Theoretically speaking, if you were to decimate this, got that one. Kind of reminds me of these four-handed wine scrolls from the Dark Crystal movies. Yeah, it's a little, it is, you know why it's dark crystal-y? It's because of these little swirlies. That's why. No problem, Jason. Usually keep the finger and nail the same model? No. No, I usually separate them. This is just a sketch, so, all of it can be kind of the same thing and it doesn't really matter. For your blood bishop piece, how did you do all those little blood strands? Fiber mesh. Yeah, so I just kind of did fiber mesh and then I fiber meshed on top of the fiber mesh. So from a big chunky fiber mesh thing, like I kind of do that and then I run down over here and where are you? Where's fiber mesh? There it is. Preview, modifiers, less fibers, big long length, lots of coverage. You could just kind of whoop and give it a lot of coverage, less fibers, right? So this is an interesting thing about this. Like if you lower the gravity here so like you can see it better. Chunkier, coverage. There's nothing to say that you can't just like take these right here, say accept, and then from like this fiber mesh here, you can fiber mesh again. Okay, let's like lower the length, right? So you could just go fibers on fibers on fibers. So you can make like, that's how I made like the blood, right? Like the little blood strands, fiber mesh on fiber mesh. Capillaries. Ooh. Fiber fractals, yeah. So if you want, even like, I've made trees that way too, like tree branches. So Rodolfo actually demonstrated that in his last stream, which was right before this one. So if you're curious on that workflow, go check it. This only has, yeah, one set of hands. I know. No. It's a failure on my part. I was slow today. Could have added more. Could have just quickly. There we go. You know what's crazy is we've set them up so this actually works. There you go. Now he has more hands. Easy. Yep, we already set it up. It was fine. I was like, you know what? It's probably because like I add so many arms to things normally that I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna give it that like extra space. Yeah, I know. I was talking a lot, and then I got quiet, and then yeah, I don't know. I'm blaming AI. Actually, it's AI's fault. I think overall it's the same thing every single stream, though, right? Like, I start answering things in chat, and then I just kind of don't ever get like a sketch fully done, which is totally fine. Like, they're sketches, right? Like, it's no harm, no foul. Dynamic. Oh, no, local symmetry, rather. Wondering if I should give it more low, and I believe so. Oh, it's already 10. Aw. Maybe I'll keep sculpting this. I will keep sculpting. Offline, I mean. You gotta, like, you know, remove the cubitis from that. Like, it had a little bit of cubitis. You know. I split him. That's right, I forgot that's a thing. All right, let me just quickly fix that up. Mirror weld. There we go. Should be fine. There we go. Hoping I didn't notice, I know. But it's like, it's more like, you know, nobody's after me. Was it the 29th? I mean, nobody's going after me, but I have some things I have to do as well. So all right. So, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Let me throw this guy. Why is this still object? Okay. I will push this guy over here. Right here. Actually. No, stop. I have to set him up. What? Let's see. Can I get him like peekaboo? Peekaboo. Wee! There we go. That's great. Peekaboo. All right. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope that you had a great time. I enjoyed it as usual. I will give you all my links in the chat. If you don't have the chat, it is right there, acubed.art/links. So those are going to have all my socials. You can follow me everywhere or nowhere, whatever you want. I post my updates when I go live on those channels. And definitely follow ZBrush Live in general. Follow wherever you're watching this happen, because other artists are going to be live here as well. So not just me, there's other workflows, other, you know, talents in general, just really cool people that stream here. So definitely follow, and I'll let you know when I go live next sometime in June. I have to make that schedule still, so I don't know yet. All right, thank you all for hanging out, and I hope you have a great night. There's also, by the way, I think I'm supposed to say this, but there's a ZBrush free trial if you wanted to try it. It's free trial. All right, okay, bye everybody.